Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check, 1, 2, 3.
all members of the committee are present either in person or virtually, and so I don't think there's a need for the committee coordinator to call the roll. So we will move to item 2 on the agenda, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest this morning? Mr. Coordinator, any virtually? None. Seeing none, we are moving on to item number 3 of the agenda, confirmation of minutes, which are the ECAC minutes 1, dated April 3, 2023. The only change to those minutes that I'm aware of is a change to my own name, referring to me as Timothy instead of Tim. Committee members, are there any other changes to those minutes to be made? Anything noted virtually? By seeing none, those minutes are confirmed. Before considering the applications this morning, I would like to clarify the committee's purpose and process today. The committee's purpose today is a pre-investigative one. The committee will consider the applications for compliant audits of election campaign finances and will decide whether they should be granted or rejected. If this committee decides to grant an application for a compliance audit, the Office of the City Clerk, in consultation with the committee's independent legal counsel, will initiate a call-up against the city's standing offer for audit services and provide the committee with the proposals. The committee would meet again at a later date to appoint an auditor who will proceed to a compliance audit of the subject candidate's election campaign finances. An auditor who is appointed by this committee would proceed to investigate the candidate's election campaign finances and will report back to this committee. The auditor's investigation would be conducted independently and would be carried out to determine whether the candidate or registered third-party advertiser at issue has complied with the provisions of the Municipal Elections Act 1996 relating to election campaign finances. The auditor would be required to submit to this committee after its investigation a report that outlines any apparent contraventions of the Act by the candidate or registered third-party advertiser. Once the auditor's report returns to this committee would convene another meeting to consider the auditor's report and would, based on the content of the auditor's report, decide whether to commence a legal proceeding against the candidate for any apparent contraventions. Neither this committee nor any auditor appointed by this committee have any power to determine whether a contravention of the Act has occurred. That duty is left to the court. A decision by this committee that an application should be granted does not mean that a contravention has occurred. This committee is not a court, and it is not a quasi-judicial tribunal. The debates to come before us are not adversarial. There is no cross-examination of witnesses contemplated by our rules of procedure, and there will not be any cross-examination of witnesses or presenters. For each application before the committee may hear from the applicant, the candidate and/or representatives of either party. Each party and their designated persons have a combined 10 minutes to speak. The committee's rules of procedure do not allow for a right of reply from any of the speakers and do not allow for debate between the applicant and the candidate or representative third party. Committee members may ask questions of the speakers for the purpose of obtaining information and receiving clarification on the matter under discussion. Once all the speakers have spoken, committee members will have an opportunity to ask questions of city staff or the committee's legal counsel as well as an opportunity to speak on the matter. The committee will then either recess the meeting to deliberate in private before moving on to the next item, reserve its decision to deliberate at a later time, or vote on any motions brought forward by committee members. We have 3 applications on the agenda today. Item 4.1, election compliance audit application of the campaign finances of candidate Doug Thompson for Ward 20 Osgood from the 2022 municipal elections. Item 4.2, election compliance audit application of the campaign finances of candidate Sean Menard for Ward 17 Capital from the 2022 municipal elections. And item 4.3, election compliance audit application of the campaign finances of third-party advertiser Horizon Ottawa from the 2022 municipal elections. I trust that everyone who wishes to speak today has filled out a request to speak form and has submitted it to the coordinator. Before we proceed to the next item, as a matter of transparency, the committee wishes to note that certain committee members received an unsolicited communication from a member of the public in relation to the 3 applications before the committee today. The committee has not and will not consider this communication. In rendering this decision, or any decision today, the committee will consider only duly filed materials by those persons with standing in the matters before the committee, as well as the financial statements of each candidate or third-party advertiser, as the case may be, that have been filed with the city clerk. Having said all that, we'll now proceed to item 4.1 on the agenda this morning, the election compliance audit application of the campaign finances of candidate Doug Thompson for Ward 20 Osgood from the 2022 municipal elections. I understand that the following designated persons are here on behalf of the applicant: John Pappas from Airden Burles LLP and Edward Phillips, the applicant. I believe Mr. Pappas is present virtually. Is Mr. Phillips present in person or virtually? Mr. Phillips, if you'd like to come forward in the event there are questions or you have anything to say. Good morning. All right, well, we'll begin. Mr. Pappas, I believe, on behalf of the applicant, has 10 minutes to make submissions.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. That's correct. That's Mr. John Pappas for the record, counsel for the applicant. There are a few preliminary matters, and I see that my time has started to tick, but there were a few preliminary matters I just wanted to raise with the committee, with the chair's indulgence.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ensure that a couple of things. First, that the committee has a book of materials that were filed with the committee coordinator before it. I'll be making quick reference to some of those materials in some opening remarks.
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And secondly, I appreciate my time is appears to be running, but I'm wondering if we can restart that after my preliminary submission. A few opening statements or opening remarks that I'll be making to the committee will apply to all 3 applications. And as the committee will note, I've duly registered as the representative for the applicant in all 3. With the committee's indulgence, I'd ask that I'd have just a few more minutes to cover these introductory remarks, saving some time and preventing duplication on the back end when those other matters come up.
Just to be clear, Mr. Pappas, it's your intention to exceed the 10-minute time limit briefly here, but you would not be seeking to use the entire 10-minute time limit on the other 2 applications this morning?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that's correct. And if you want to refer to that as borrowing some time from later submissions, I'm certainly happy to characterize it that way. I certainly don't anticipate exceeding the 10-minute limit on the other two applications. I think that time would be more than sufficient. But for the purpose of making some opening remarks to the committee this morning for the first application, which I note is the first application this committee is considering in this term, I'd wonder if I could have just a few more minutes for that. Yes.
I think as long as we stay within the 30 overall minutes that would be available to the applicant this morning, we'll generally be respecting the time limits accorded under our rules, and it would be more efficient for the committee to hear from you in this manner. And so I'm prepared to allow that.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with that, perhaps I do see a timer on the screen, and I'm wondering if we might just reset that for administrative purposes. And I'd appreciate knowing where I stand in sort of the timeline. Well, Mr. Chair, I'm ready to proceed when the committee is ready to hear my submissions.
Thank you. We're just resetting the timer now for the purposes of counting your first 10 minutes. And then when the timer winds down, we'll allow you to continue, but we will keep an eye on how long you proceed after that.
Understood, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the committee. As mentioned, I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Ted Phillips, in respect of 3 applications. And because it's the first meeting of this committee in this term, I felt opening remarks that were general to all 3 would be helpful in orienting the committee's decision-making mind, collective mind. The committee is convened for what is quite a unique purpose under this statute and under this regime. Under the Municipal Elections Act, you'll hear me refer to this as the MEA, there's an elector-driven model of enforcement, and that's unique to this statute. There isn't one central agency or one body that's responsible for enforcing the rules that are set out in the MEA, but rather electors must take it on themselves to bring forward legitimate complaints about non-compliance with the campaign finance rules. And where this kicks off is the financial statements that are filed by candidates. Candidates bear an obligation, once they sign themselves up, including registered third parties, to file accurate and complete financial statements. And the purpose of why financial statements are filed was spoken to in a case referred to as Giannini and Toronto. And this case, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, if you're following along, can be found in tab 1 of the book of materials that I've filed. Paragraph 36 of that decision, what the court notes is that the timely provision of financial statements is an important part of the framework of the MEA and how the framework is enforced. The statements, once filed, permit public access and scrutiny of such matters as the identity of campaign donors, the amount spent, and whether spending limits were complied with, among a number of other matters. The important public policy of the MEA is to ensure free, open, and fair elections, and it seeks to achieve that objective through the liberal application of sunlight as the best disinfectant. So the process really kicks off when these financial statements are filed. And the committee plays an imperative role in upholding these principles and upholding these policy goals. It is the gatekeeper for a further investigation of these complaints of non-compliance. And as you observed, Mr. Chair, in your opening remarks, the committee's role at this stage is pre-investigatory. It's not making any determination that the candidate or registered third party has in any way actually violated the statute. Rather, what it decides, based on the materials filed and based on the submissions of the parties, is whether a further investigation should be undertaken. And the standard for granting that application and undertaking that investigation was set out in a case called Learis and Heaps, which again found at tab 2 of the Book of Authorities. And at paragraph 25 of that decision, the court sets out the standard for granting an application. And what that standard has come to mean is an objective belief based on compelling and credible information, not evidence, but information, which raises the reasonable probability of the breach of the statute. In other words, it's not a prima facie case based on a number of irrebuttable evidence and materials that are submitted, and it's not a high standard. What I would submit is this standard is somewhere in between. What the applicant must demonstrate is that there is some credibly based probability that the statute has been breached. And lastly, the case I'd like to draw the committee's attention to in tab 3 of the brief of materials is a case called Di Francesca and Vaughan. And at paragraph 8 of that decision, the court again comments on what this standard entails. What the court says is, again, as Mr. Chair, you observed, it's not a determination one way or another whether a candidate has actually violated the campaign finance rules, nor is the committee's decision to grant an application determinative of the outcome of the audit one way or another, or of the eventual prosecution that may result. Rather, what the committee must decide is whether the elector has reasonable grounds to believe that the candidate contravened the act. It is then a function of the investigator to investigate the matter. All this committee needs to be satisfied of, which in the words of the justice in De Francesca, it is a low standard. The committee must be satisfied that there's some probability based on credible information. And with that, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I'd like to proceed into my substantive submissions on the first application as it relates to the candidate, Mr. Thompson.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Thompson is a veteran candidate. He has been the mayor of the former township of Osgood, and he's also been a member of city council for the Osgood ward. He has significant experience in a number of elections, and by virtue of this, he's gained significant experience with all aspects of election campaigns, including campaign finances. But despite this, Mr. Thompson's financial statement gives rise to some credible doubt that his expenses for signs were properly and accurately reported. It's my submission, members of the committee, that Mr. Thompson's financial statement fails to accurately report the value of his campaign contributions and deemed expenses related to reused election signs. Now, under the MEA, and the provision specifically is 88.2 sub 1 clause E, candidates bear an obligation, a general obligation, to value contributions of goods. And they must report this in their campaign finance statements. This includes the value of leftover campaign inventory, which the Act says is a contribution. And the Act further goes on to tell us how that value is to be ascribed. In 88.19 sub 3, what the Act says is, for goods retained from a previous election, the candidate must disclose the quote-unquote replacement value of those goods. In other words, what would it cost in present day to purchase those same goods? And the reasoning for this is quite simple, members of the committee. It's to put candidates on an equal footing, regardless of whether they are a repeat candidate, whether they have pre-incurred or previously incurred campaign expenses, so that all candidates have a level playing field. Now, in the application, members of the committee, the applicant has included several photographs that were taken during the 2022 municipal election of signs that Mr. Thompson used. At least two versions of these signs were previous election signs, and we know this because the signs contain a white sticky tab or tape or note that covers the portion of the word re-elect, covers the re in re-elect. And if we look at Mr. Thompson's financial statements, what value does he record for these signs? Well, if we look at the appropriate box, it's the round number of $100. I would also pause to note here that Mr. Thompson has provided no account of the size of these signs or their materiality or how many were used, or even what he used to erect these signs at the end of the day. Members of the committee, it's my submission that this valuation is simply not believable. It can't be accurate. And what makes me say this? Well, if we look at what Mr. Thompson's opponents claimed, coincidentally, from the same supplier and at the same time, the value of those reused election signs come forward. And I would submit that this gives rise to credible information to doubt what Mr. Thompson has claimed as the suspiciously round number of $100. Members of the committee, in tab 11 of the book of materials that's been provided, what I've included is a financial statement from a candidate in the same race as Mr. Thompson, Mr. Bob Massaro. And what Mr. Massaro did in his financial statement, table 2 of his contribution schedule, it notes that the supplier of his reused election signs from Hawley Signs and Graphic from September 2010, the same time and same supplier Mr. Thompson obtained his signs from, he has appropriately valued these signs. And what Mr. Thompson has failed to do is accurately report how many signs he used, the size, the materiality. And on that basis, this gives rise to substantial doubt that that valuation he arrived at, $100, is legitimate and accurate. If we take Mr. Massaro's valuation, and we take that at face value, each of the signs is valued at approximately $9.72. So for Mr. Thompson's expenses, which again, we don't know how large these signs are, how many there were, what the materiality was, all we can say is that Mr. Thompson would have been able to use about 10 signs for this valuation. How Mr. Thompson came up with this valuation, however, strains reality. There's quite simply nothing that an elector can scrutinize and say with certainty, this makes sense. What will uncover and detail how that value was arrived at is an audit by a compliance auditor who can conduct an investigation to get to the crux of how this number was arrived at and whether Mr. Thompson accurately and completely reported his sign expenditures. Members of the committee, those are my submissions with respect to this application. What I would submit is that the failure of Mr. Thompson to accurately report the expenses of his reuse, or the value of his reused signs, which constitute both an expense and a contribution, give rise to a contravention of the MEA. And those are my submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Pappas. Mr. Phillips, as the applicant, do you have anything further to add by way of your submission? I believe we were within probably 30 seconds of your 10-minute time limit there, so appreciate, Council, your brevity and sticking with the time limit after all. At this time, I'd ask if any of the members of the committee have any questions for the speakers with respect to this application. My colleagues joining us virtually, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we will move to the respondent. The following designated person here on behalf of the respondent is the candidate Doug Thompson. Is Mr. Thompson present virtually or in the room?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. We're ready to hear from you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to begin by thanking you, Mr. Chair, and members of the Election Compliance Audit Committee for the opportunity to provide information in response to the complaint registered against my 2022 City of Ottawa Council Election Financial Report. For the record, my name is Doug Thompson, a candidate for Osgoode Ward in the 2022 municipal election. As it was noted, I served 14 years as councillor and 3 years as mayor in the former township of Osgoode. I then served 14 years as councillor, Osgoode Ward, on Ottawa City Council before retiring in 2014. During this time, I have filed 11 financial returns without any issue or contentions. I've always strived to be open and transparent about my campaigns. Upon review, I've determined that there was an accounting error in the stated amount of $100 that pertained to the material reused from previous elections that were listed on my financial return. My team's election strategy was to use only lawn signs from previous elections that had a value of $100, and this was from inventory of signs that were from the 2010 election. Subsequent to that decision, our sign team felt the need to use other signs from the 2010 election. Now, some of these signs, and I will allude to the pictures that were part of the presentation by the applicant, date back in one case to 1994. And I understand that they're valued at the current rate. Unfortunately, that decision to reuse other than the lawn sign was not relayed to our finance team. As a result of this miscommunication, an error occurred in the calculation of the value of materials from previous elections. There was no malicious intent or intended benefit in this error. Material from the 2010 election, 12 years ago, consisted of less than 25 signs. These included lawn signs, 24 by 16, 3 foot by 4 foot signs, 4 by 8 foot signs, and 8 inch by 4 foot picket signs. All these signs were regrettably now in the rafters of our unfinished garage. In March of 2022, when we began to refurbish the garage, these signs were brought down from there, and we stored them in a storage area on our property. In March, there were some rumblings that I might run in the upcoming election, and subsequently I did register in the middle of July of that year. I've been using Holly signs since 1985, and in their estimation, the value of all the signs that I had from previous elections would be less than $500. As could be understood, some of these signs were in poor condition, and there were a couple of homemade signs in the pile of signs that we had stored. There's no standard price for election signs. Campaigns negotiate with companies for the best prices available. And it goes without saying that pricing is also based on the type, the style, and information on the signage. I have, and I can prepare to present to the committee the costing from Holly signs for each of those type of signs that I've alluded to. And they certainly are not in the category of those that were mentioned in the previous presentation. As is the case in many campaigns, and I think people would understand this, supporters will keep candidate signs and put them up at the start of the next election. An election sign team can be one of the most difficult part of a campaign to manage and keep an accurate inventory. And just as a matter of reflection, a neighbor up the road 2 years ago passed away. And when his son was cleaning up the house and the storage area, they found 4 of my lawn signs from, I guess, 2010 and previous to that. So the signage is a difficult area to manage, as I mentioned, in campaigns. In the 2022 financial expense limit for Ward 20, the limit was $24,850.90. In our filed return, our expenses were $19,544.13 So there was a value of over $5,000 of available room for expenses. In my filing, there was no intent or value in our campaign in misrepresenting the amount listed. It was a regrettable communication and accounting error that I take full responsibility for. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I understand the integrity of the election process is very important. It is crucial that the committee ensure that complaints are valid and all aspects of the issue are considered. In my personal life, my teaching career, as well as my political service, I've always believed in compassion, honesty, and integrity. That is who I am. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you, and I'm available for any questions that you might have. And just before we go to that, Mr. Chair, in the filings by the applicant, there are some pictures that are listed there, and there is one that is quite it's regrettable, and it was filed in error. So I don't know how to address that issue at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. We would now proceed to questions for you from the committee members, and maybe I'll just ask one quick clarification. Can you please, with respect to the last comment you made about a filing in error, provide a little more clarity about which photograph you are referring to?
Yeah, there's a picture of my vote-mobile. This is my personal van that we had decoed for the election. I believe it's picture number 4. And this, I presume, was to be part of the presentation of expenses from previous elections. It should be noted that I have an invoice from the company that decoed this van. Was in August of this year. I certainly couldn't have been driving a van from a previous election for 12 years with my running for an office. So I just want to clarify that should not have been part of the filings, because it was not from material from a previous election.
Okay, thank you for your clarification. Do members of the committee present in the room this morning have questions for Mr. Thompson?
Hello, Mr. Thompson. How are you?
It's just great. Thank you.
Just a quick question. You had mentioned that you had used 25 signs from the 2010 election. Is that the total of signs you've used for previous election, or is that just the ones from 2010?
Those are just the ones from 2010. And if I might, Mr. Chair, we had, and in looking at the filing report, it asks only for the value. It doesn't ask for the details, how many signs, but we had, for the committee's information, we had 4 of what I call the picket signs. They're 8 inches wide, and there's a picture of one 8 inches wide, 4 feet long. We had 12 lawn signs that were usable. There were more that we had, but some of them were not suitable to use. We had 3 of what we call the 32 by 48 inch signs. And then we had the larger signs, 96 inches by 48 inches. We had 4 of those. So in total, we had, it looks like there were 23 signs. And if the committee wished, I could provide the committee coordinator with the pricing from Holly Signs that I had negotiated with the company. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions? No. Catherine, do you have any questions? Do you have any other questions? Mr. McGoldrick, joining virtually, do you have any questions for Mr. Thompson?
Not at this time, no. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson, before we let you go, I just wanted to clarify, you mentioned that Holly Signs indicated to you that the value of all signs reused was less than $500. Can you clarify when you inquired with them about that, and whether that is based on the present day value of old signs, or is that if you had acquired those signs new at the time?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this was, I had asked Holly Signs to provide July 21st. I have an email from them giving the cost of each of those signs, sizes of signs. So this would be the current value. And as I mentioned, what I think it's really important to for the committee to consider this, that every candidate negotiates or goes for to a company to acquire the best price. There is no standard price across any election, be it municipal, provincial, or federal. There is no standard price for a long sign or another size sign. So I mean, I think that's understandable that that this pricing occurs. I don't receive preferential treatment from Holly Signs, but as I said, I've been there for probably 30 years, and so I'm just a simple guy from the country, but I can be a good negotiator, and so yeah, those are the current prices that were relayed to me by Holly Signs. So in effect, we undervalued on our financial report, and I fully admit the error of approximately $300 to $350. So in essence, the value of unused signs should have been in the area of $450. We made an error, very regrettable, and my apologies that this occurred, but that's I admit the error and appreciate the opportunity to outline how that occurred.
Thank you. One final question. When was this error identified?
Well, I have to be. It was identified when I got an email from the clerk stating that there had been a request for a compliance audit, and when I went back and looked at my financial statement, I tell you, I was quite embarrassed because I realized then that there had been an error made. Regrettably, it should have been picked up. But in the way our campaign runs, and I think in most, the material was sent to our finance captain, who is an accountant. She looked after the information that was given to her. There was a lapse of communication in that area, and regrettably, that's why we're here.
Thank you.
Right.
Submissions from designated persons have now closed. Do members have any questions for city staff or committee council? Seeing none in the room, Mr. McGoldrick.
No, Mr. Chair, thank you.
And do any members wish to make any comments on this matter in open meeting? Mr. McGoldrick?
Nope, thank you again.
Thank you. The committee will now either recess the meeting to deliberate in private before moving on to the next item, or reserve its decision to deliberate at a later time and or vote on any motions brought forward by committee members. I believe, committee members, the general intention here is for us to recess to deliberate in private. Is there any objection from the committee to doing that now? Hearing none, the committee will now recess to deliberate in private. Just for the benefit of those here, we'll reconvene in about 5 minutes. The decision's just being prepared and printed here, so bear with us. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. Committee will now reconvene. In the matter of the applicant Edward Phillips and the candidate Mr. Doug Thompson, if the vice chair could please move the decision motion.
Moved by myself, be it resolved that the committee issues the following decision and reasons. Upon hearing the representations and/or reading the written submissions and documents submitted by the applicant's representative and the candidate, this committee hereby grants the application because it was presented with compelling and credible information which raises a reasonable probability that a breach of the campaign finance provisions of the Municipal Elections Act has occurred. The committee heard submissions from the applicant's representative, Jay Pappas, legal counsel, who made reference to his written submissions. Those submissions covered the legal test applicable to this stage of the process, as well as a summary of Mr. Phillips' written application and the information attached thereto. The committee also heard oral submissions from the respondent, Mr. Thompson, which the committee has considered. Importantly, Mr. Thompson has admitted that his financial statement, particularly the cost allocation of signs reused from previous elections, was inaccurate. Mr. Thompson offered to file further materials that were not before the committee. The committee has declined to accept that information at this time as the filing deadline has elapsed. In any event, the committee does not believe consideration of those documents at this stage are capable of changing its conclusion as to whether to grant the application. The reasonable belief standard would be met in either event. The committee is mindful of its task at this stage, which is to assess whether the applicant has reasonable grounds to believe there has been a contravention of the Municipal Elections Act. The committee is of the view that this threshold is met in these circumstances. Finally, in our view, based on the jurisprudence under the Municipal Elections Act, Jackson and Vaughan City, citing Mastro Giuseppe and Vaughan City, the committee lacks discretion at this stage to decline a compliance audit in view of the record before it. Be it further resolved that this committee directs that the Office of the City Clerk, in consultation with the committee's independent legal counsel, initiate a call-up against the city standing offer for audit services and provide the committee with the proposals received of up to 3 potential auditors. The committee will speak to the nature of the compliance audit to be carried out at the time of the auditor's appointment.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Is the motion carried? Are there any dissents? Seeing none, the motion is carried. And that concludes matter 4.1 on the agenda. Committee will move immediately to item 4.2, the election compliance audit application of the campaign finances of candidate Sean Menard for Ward 17 Capital from the 2022 municipal elections. The following designated persons are here on behalf of the applicant. Again, that's Mr. Pappas from Airden Burles LLP and Mr. Phillips, the applicant. Mr. Phillips, we'd invite you to come back to the front in the event there are any questions for you. And Mr. Pappas, we'll just wait a moment for the applicant to be seated, and then you may proceed with any specific submissions you have on this application.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pappas. Your 10 minutes begin now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So moving on into the to this matter, the second application. Again, I'd like the committee to keep in mind some of the opening remarks that I had made in the initial submission, because as I'd mentioned, they're pertinent to all 3 matters before the committee today. With respect to this application 4.2, this deals with candidate Mr. Sean Menard. Now, Mr. Menard was first elected to City Council in 2018. He's an experienced politician, and he has experience applying the campaign finance rules. But despite this, Mr. Menard's financial statements seem to omit a number of sign-related expenses, so election sign, which in my submission gives rise to reasonable grounds to believe that his expenses were not accurately reported in his financial statement, in violation of his obligations under the MEA. Now, through his campaign, Mr. Menard used both old and new election signs, so reusing old inventory and procuring new election signs. And this is seen through his social media posts that accompanied the application. To the applicant's knowledge, there were at least 2 variations of these election signs used in the 2022 campaign. One was a smaller sign, black and yellow coloration without a photo on it. And the other was a larger sign, a much larger sign, which did contain a photo of Mr. Menard on it. And it's my submission, and I'll get back to the significance of this point shortly, members of the committee, but it's my submission that this larger sign with photos are more significant to candidates in earning the support of voters, because voters can associate the name and the face with the individual that they'd like to support. And that becomes significant when we look at how signs are distributed and disseminated throughout the ward. According to his financial statements, Mr. Menard valued the leftover sign inventory at $2,190.50. Now, this is comprised of 3 what I'll call categories or subcategories of inventory or contributions and expenses. He says he reused 250 quote unquote small signs, as well as 600 H frames, which are the metal wire frames or brackets used to erect smaller signs, as well as a category for quote screws and zip ties. What he also did, in using new signs in his campaign, he claimed an expense for that as well. And that expense in the line item for signs is valued at $2,576.55. And only very recently, and in fact, in response to this application, Mr. Menard produced 2 invoices for signs that he specifically purchased for the 2022 municipal election. And interestingly, for these larger format signs, the ones with photos on them, about 2.5 feet by 4 feet, he says he only purchased 8 signs. 8 signs. And based on the applicant's observations of Mr. Menard's campaign, that number seems to be inaccurate. The applicant observed and is aware of dozens of these larger signs with photographs in many significant locations, including along the 417 and along other major arteries in the ward, including Bank Street, Bronson Avenue, and Airport Parkway. And in addition to this, the applicant is also aware of signs at what might be characterized as odd locations, including off-ramps to highways and the Queen Elizabeth Drive entrance to Lansdowne Park. And this raises a question. Back to the significance of signs with photos on them, large signs. If a candidate only had 8 large signs at his disposal, why would he choose to place these signs at low traffic, low significance areas? Would a candidate not place these signs at a more strategic location to yield greater visibility? Why only 8 signs were claimed in this invoice that represent part of his expenses for signs? How does that square up with the observations and as well as the social media posts that are circulating about Mr. Menard's signs? And in addition to this, Mr. Menard needed something to hold these signs up. Quite obviously, he claimed he reused metal H-frame signs from his last election, but those signs relate to smaller signs, not the large 2.5 by 4 foot signs. Those needed to be erected with wooden stakes, and there's no reporting on having used wooden stakes, whether new or reused, in his financial statements. However, there are photos and there were observations made of these signs being at dozens of locations within the ward, being erected with wooden signs. None of these expenses show up in Mr. Menard's financial statements, and it's my submission to the committee that this omission gives rise to reasonable grounds to believe that Mr. Menard has failed to accurately report the value of expenses, whether contributions of past inventory or new materials procured in the course of the election. And that gives rise to an apparent contravention of the Act. Those are my submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Pappas. Mr. Phillips, do you have anything you wish to add? I'd turn now to my committee members and ask if there are any questions for Mr. Pappas or Mr. Phillips. Mr. McGoldrick, do you have any questions? I am not hearing any, but he can let us know if he does. Mr. Phillips or Mr. Pappas, I just had one question for you. I believe you said that the applicant was aware that there were dozens of signs with these larger photos. Perhaps, Mr. Phillips, you could expand on what your knowledge is of this and how you came to view these signs, because I note there are no photographs or other aspects of your submission that appear to address this specifically.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll turn it over to Mr. Phillips to provide that explanation. I'm sorry for interrupting, Mr. Phillips.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I eat at Joey's restaurant quite regularly down in Lansdowne. And it didn't occur to me that Mr. Menard was alleging that there were no large format signs until he filed the material. And so I can tell you quite regularly, I travel up and down Bank Street, the Airport Parkway. I quite often come down Smythe. I'm downtown on a regular basis. And my recollection is that there were dozens of these large format signs with his picture on it, not just 8.
Thank you. Mr. McGoldrick, any questions? Okay, hearing none, any further questions from the other members of the committee? Thank you. We will move now to the designated persons here on behalf of the respondent. Andrew Rohde, Senior Manager, Champlain & Co. LLP, Chartered Professional Accountants and Auditors for the candidate, Mr. Menard, and Mr. Menard. Is Mr. Rohde making oral submissions today, or?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, committee members. Happy to be available to you today and answer any questions you may have. Mr. Rohde should be online as well and is able to present a statement, and happy to be available to you after that.
Thank you. Mr. Rohde, please proceed, and the 10-minute time will begin now. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Rohde, you're on mute.
Unmute. All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please proceed.
Perfect. Just want to start off by saying, just responding to one thing that Mr. Pappas had mentioned earlier, or moments ago, that, you know, a large sign is a qualifier for a substantial win in a campaign. I've done hundreds of campaign audits, and I've seen many candidates with billboard signs in prominent areas lose. So it's not really a qualifier as to how large your sign is. There's many other factors, including, you know, standing brand in the community, how you perform as a candidate if you're an incumbent, all kinds of factors. But, you know, large sign is not one of them, that's for sure. I can say that. I can also say that I've seen campaigns where there are no signs and the candidate wins. So I'd like to start off by just reading from my presentation, that my communication that I gave earlier. Normally with an application for a compliance audit, the applicant would believe, or reasonably believe, that there's a contravention of a provision of the Municipal Elections Act. Here, I mean, that's the whole purpose of the compliance audit application, is that it even states that on the beginning of the form. Yet the applicant has not stated which provision of the act it is that he believes the candidate has contravened. I haven't seen this before, and I've responded to quite a few compliance audits or applications. So it's kind of strange for a candidate to try and respond to a provision, to a complaint about breaking or contravening, apparently contravening a provision of the Municipal Elections Act, and then not know what provision it is that they're supposed to respond to. So I believe that the application has a defect, a major defect on that standing alone. But, you know, for the benefit of going through the process, I'll respond to the, I guess, the summary and the conclusion part of the application, where there's some very large, extensive summary and observations presented, which I find difficult to follow, about sign count, and thinking that there were more signs out than there were reported or paid for through the, as reported on Form 4. I think that was the general idea of what was being conveyed there. And in the end, if you look at the summary section, you know, it says adequately, the candidate did not adequately account for all of the new sign expenditures for the 2022 Ottawa municipal election. I'm here today to tell you that from the perspective of what I've seen presented for audit, this is not the case, and wouldn't merit the acceptance of a compliance audit application. It would definitely suggest that there is not reasonable ground and that the compliance audit application should be rejected. So, as I mentioned previously, and I've provided the invoices from the candidate, or those that were presented to me for audit, those are the signs that were presented for and accounted for in the candidate's campaign. The applicant says there's over 500 signs that were out and it doesn't add up. Well, simple mathematics demonstrates that, you know, based on what the candidate stated, it's actually factually correct. I mean, there's over 600 signs available, purchased and old sign inventory that were presented and used for audit. So there's, you know, the mathematics of it is pretty straightforward. They're there. They've been accounted for. Let me see here. We'll just move on down to, you know, the applicant goes on to talk about observations where support structures for some small signs that were used were not, and provided a picture of some large candidate signs sitting on what looked to be a cinder block at a community center, and that should be accounted for as a campaign expense. Well, you know, a random brick that's found at a community center that one puts a sign on, I haven't come across that degree of materiality for an audit that one would contact the community center and figure out what the rental value of that brick would be for the few minutes that it was, you know, holding a sign for a short-lived event. So I don't think it's a campaign expense. And also, let me see here. Yes, the key thing is that the candidate is approximately $2,300 below the threshold spending limit. I'm confident that, you know, the application of a compliance audit, which I've been through a couple of times already in this context, would not result in much, if any, variation from that particular amount, and would serve no public interest versus the incredible cost. I mean, let's face it, compliance audits are very good for the compliance auditor. That's about it. They make a lot of money doing this. It's very costly. And to grant an application for a small outcome, if one even was able to find that, would not serve any public interest. So I'm confident that in this case, with Sean's 2022 municipal campaign, he's well represented on Form 4 as being accurate in terms of cost valuation, and therefore the application should be rejected. I have nothing further to offer on that. Oh, there is one thing, since I have 3 minutes. You know, Mr. Pappas had mentioned earlier that the bar is extremely low for compliance audit applications, and where an applicant would believe that there's been or reasonably believe that there's been an apparent contravention of the act. I would say that how low is low? Because George Pappas did not qualify that, nor did the judge, and that itself is subject to a lengthy conversation that goes beyond the scope of this meeting. What benefit would it be, for example, if a candidate was to not report the use of a pencil that they used in their compliance audit, or in their campaign, and then a compliance audit committee would decide that, well, the bar is low. The candidate said that the pencil was used, so we should grant a compliance audit. My argument is that there's no value for the public for serving the public interest in doing such a thing. So I just wanted to qualify that point. And again, I don't think here we are anywhere near or above that. We're well below the bar as to what or whether a compliance audit should be approved. It should definitely be rejected. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rohde. Mr. Menard, do you have anything you'd like to add by way of submission?
No, Chair, just want to, be available for the committee and Vice Chair, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do my fellow committee members have any questions for Mr. Rohde or Mr. Menard? Mr. McGoldrick, do you have any questions for Mr. Rohde or Mr. Menard?
Not at this time. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. Mr. Menard, can you clarify between the invoices for Holly Sign that were presented, which show the 24 by 16 Coroplast lawn signs and the 32 by 48 Coroplast lawn signs, which of these, if any, are the signs that had your photo on them? Are these larger signs?
Yeah, the larger of the two had the photos on them. The others did not.
And to your knowledge, did you have any of these larger signs or signs with your photograph left over from the prior election or any prior municipal elections?
The signs, I'm sorry, can you clarify that? The
signs that had your photograph on them. Did you have any signs from previous elections that had your photograph on them that were reused?
Absolutely. We did have signs that had my photo on them previously and were used and were accounted for in the receipts which have been provided to this committee, as well as previous campaign inventory.
And so if you could just clarify, either to correct the assertion in the application or point me where we could see it in your finance statements, the signs that had your photograph on them from prior elections, where have those been accounted for from?
Yeah.
And apologies if you need a moment to find it, to point me to it. That's helpful.
No, not to worry at all. We had accounted for $2,190.50. Our previous campaign materials for those 250 signs included the wooden stakes and 10 larger signs from a previous campaign. The description obviously can get more specific. They vary across a lot of candidates. Regarding the small signs, the campaign actually only used 200 of the old signs. We had 240 old signs on hand, though, in some usable shape. We wanted to ensure we accounted for this out of an abundance of caution. Many of the old signs were peeling off, so we didn't use them. We mostly used the new 400 signs for which receipts have been provided. We did have high demand for signs in Capital Ward, but all of those have been accounted for in the campaign inventory, as well as new purchases. That total would not change.
And so just to clarify, at table 2 of your financial statement, it's described that there are H-frame signs from the 2018 election, small signs from the 2018 election. Are either of these capturing these larger signs with your photograph?
Yeah, so that small signs category, that should have been more specific. There were 10 larger signs. Of the 240 small signs, there were 10 larger signs and the wooden stakes that were included in that total.
And so the current market value of $1,412.50 for 250 small signs captures, in fact, in addition to any small signs, 10 larger signs as well as wooden stakes and other materials?
That's correct.
Do my fellow committee members have any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Menard and Mr. Rohde. Submissions from designated persons have now closed. Do members have any questions for city staff or committee council? Mr. McGoldrick?
No, thank you.
Do any members wish to make any comments on this matter in open meeting? Mr. McGoldrick?
No, thank you again.
Thank you. The committee will now recess the meeting to deliberate in private before moving on to the next item. The committee will recess its open meeting and deliberate on the matter pursuant to subsection 88.33 sub 5.1 of the Municipal Elections Act. Thank you. Just for the benefit of everyone here, we'll reconvene in about 5 minutes. The decision's just being printed. Thank you. Thank you very much. Committee will now reconvene. If Member Bassett could please move the decision motion in the matter of applicant Edward Phillips and candidate Sean Menard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Be it resolved that the committee issues the following decision and reasons. Upon consideration of the election compliance application and hearing the representations and reading the written submission and documents submitted by the applicant, the candidate, and their representative, this committee hereby rejects the application because it was not presented with compelling and credible information, which raises a reasonable probability that a contravention of the campaign finance provisions of the Municipal Elections Act 1996 has occurred. The committee heard submissions and evidence from the applicant's representative, J. Pappas, legal counsel, which comprised reference to the legal test, as well as the content of the applicant's application related to his observations about the respondents' election signs, their size, placement, and number. The applicant also answered questions from the committee related to his observations on the number and placement of certain signs referenced in his application. The committee then heard from the respondent's representative, A. Rhodey CPA, in which he referenced the materials filed by the respondent, including entries in the respondent's financial statement, Form 4. Mr. Rhodey also raised a preliminary submission that the application was non-compliant for failing to reference a specific provision of the Municipal Election Act. Mr. Menard also answered several questions the committee posed following Mr. Rhodey's submissions. Those questions related to the disclosure of Mr. Menard's use of previously purchased signs and material in his financial statement. Based on descriptions of expenses contained in the financial statement, it was conceivable for the applicant to have believed that Mr. Menard failed to report certain relevant campaign advertising expense, that is, the cost of certain signs and other materials required to erect the signs. The committee notes that it accepts as credible the answers provided by both the applicant and the respondent to the committee's questions. In our view, with the benefit of that additional information, a reasonable person in the applicant's position would not believe that there are reasonable grounds for believing Mr. Menard violated the Municipal Elections Act. Finally, the committee takes note of Mr. Rhodey's preliminary submission that the application failed to identify a specific provision of the Municipal Elections Act. The committee rejects this submission, although applications should generally identify the statutory provisions in use. This is not a strict requirement such that an application in this matter was compliant. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Bassett. Is the motion carried? Are there any dissents? Mr. McGoldrick, if you just confirm for the record if you are voting in favor of the motion.
Confirmed, voting in favor.
Thank you. The motion is carried. The committee will now proceed to item 4.3 on the agenda, the election compliance audit application of the campaign finances of third-party advertiser Horizon Ottawa from the 2022 municipal elections. The following designated persons are here on behalf of the applicant: Mr. Pappas from Aaron Burles LLP and Mr. Phillips, the applicant. Mr. Phillips, we'd invite you one final time to join us at the front. Okay, Mr. Pappas, over to you to begin the 10 minutes for your comments on this application.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As to this application, it's a little bit unique and more unique than the ones that the committee had heard previously this morning. Horizon Ottawa is a registered third party. These are relatively new rules in the MEA, and they only took effect for the last election, the 2018 election cycle. And to my knowledge, this committee has not dealt with an application related to a registered third party. So it warrants a very brief overview of how this regime in particular works. So in 2016, the former provincial government, through Bill 181, the Municipal Elections Modernization Act, made changes to the MEA that effectively established this concept of a registered third party. And how it operationalizes this concept is set out in a few discrete provisions of the MEA. Most importantly, Section 88.4 of the MEA prohibits any individual, corporation, or trade union from incurring expenses for a third-party advertisement without being duly registered with a clerk. What this means is an individual or a corporation or trade union can't make advertisements supporting or opposing a candidate unless and until they are registered. And 88.6 of the MEA provides for that registration process. Quite similar to a nomination of a candidate, individual or corporation or trade union must come in, fill out the necessary paperwork, and that paperwork must be certified with the city clerk. That time period roughly equates with a nomination period. It can be done as early as May 2nd in 2022. If a person makes a third-party advertisement without being duly registered, That is very, very clearly an offense. But the date of registration is significant for two reasons, members of the committee. First, pursuant to paragraph 1 of section 88.28 of the MEA, the registration date, that's when the campaign period starts for a registered third party. And secondly, before this date, being the start of the campaign period, a registered third party cannot incur campaign expenses or accept campaign contributions. Now, the expense bit related to matters dealt with in this application, that's provided for in subsection 88.212. Now, despite that registration process that's been set up by the legislature, the balance of the campaign finance rules continue to apply to the entity after they voluntarily subjected themselves to this regime. Now, Horizon Ottawa registered with the city clerk on August 24th, 2022. Two significant points about this date members of the committee should be aware about. First, prior to this, Horizon was prohibited from incurring expenses for third-party advertisements. And secondly, more importantly, and pertinent to the matters in this application, this date was the start of Horizon's campaign period. Prior to this date, campaign expenses could not be incurred. And that brings me into the substantive submissions with respect to this application, members of the committee. Now, first relates to an event that was held by Horizon called Horizon Fest. And this is detailed, the background of this event is detailed in the application. This event was held on September 10th, 2022, and it's submitted in the application that this event was in substance a fundraising event. And the expenses related to that event were not accurately categorized in Horizon's Form 8 financial statement. And there are three main grounds detailed in the application for this belief. First, in the advertisements for this event, Horizon noted that while the event was free, donations were encouraged, and it cited the thousands of dollars in expenses that it would incur to hold that event. In addition, event pages on social media, Facebook, Twitter, they contain links to a donation page related to that event. And stepping back after the event and reviewing the financial statements, the contributions that were made to and accepted by Horizon at this event reflected a substantial amount of its total contributions. But in the financial statement that was filed by Horizon, it offers a bald disclaimer that this was quote unquote not a fundraiser. But this can't be an appropriate means to bring one into compliance with the rules. And as I understand Horizon's response submissions to the application, the legal test for whether something is a fundraising event is whether its quote unquote primary purpose was to raise funds. But it's my submission to the committee that this can't be the case because that wording isn't sourced from the MEA. What the MEA says is that a fundraising event is an event or activity held for the purpose of raising funds. In other words, there's no statutory requirement that it be the quote primary purpose or only purpose for this event. And the second issue that the application raises is a donation jar that was circulated at this event. And based on the Form 8 financial statement, there's a question about how these contributions at the event were dealt with. The financial statement includes in an income line item, items for this donation jar at the event. And Horizon admits that there was a donation jar circulating at this event. And by circulating this jar, allowing anyone to make a cash contribution, Horizon put itself in a position where it could not verify the eligibility of individuals to make that contribution, ensure that persons did not exceed the $25 cash limitation on contribution. What the MEA says is if it's $25 or more, it has to be in a manner that associates the account of payment and the identity of the individual. And there's also no indication whether receipts were issued for these cash contributions. The members of the committee, that brings me to my last point and what I would submit as the most important ground in this application. It's my submission that there are reasonable grounds to believe that Horizon started incurring campaign expenses before its campaign period start. This was a contravention of the MEA. As I noted earlier, Horizon only became duly registered on August 24th, 2022. Now, this is the date its campaign period commenced. And of course, it was prohibited from making advertisements before that date. But the campaign finance rules also require that campaign expenses cannot be incurred outside of the campaign period. But Horizon began advertising this event as early as August 12th on social media, and as early as August 20th, but presumably earlier than this, again, before its campaign started, it was physically distributing flyers and posters. And what I'll draw the committee's attention to, not that I intend to turn it up, but there's a tweet found at page 5 of the application, wherein you see a poster physically affixed to what looks like a hydro standard or a light post. Obviously, this exists in the physical world, and some expenses would have been required to prepare, design, copy, or print these flyers. And it would be reasonable to conclude that expenses were incurred in order to disseminate this material. Again, someone had to design the flyers, someone had to pay the internet bill and run the campaign and social media account to make these posts, and importantly, someone had to pay for the paper and the ink and the packing tape to physically put these posters out there. And Horizon notes in its response that it had 2 part-time staff members at the time of the election, which gives some reason to believe that these employees may have done that work. But even if it was done by voluntary labor, which is recognized as not considered an expense, there are still costs of the physical materials required to produce and distribute these advertisements. The materials had to come from somewhere, whether they were purchased directly or whether they were contributed by a volunteer. Those are still expenses. Now, Horizon's submission in response to the application seems to interpret the MEA in a way that says social media posts and promotion of Horizon Fest were not expenses because they don't constitute third-party advertisements. But it's my submission to the committee that whether or not these posts are third-party advertisements, as that term is defined in the MEA, there's still campaign activities that have an associated expense, which the MEA says you cannot incur before your campaign period. And in this regard, I would draw the committee's attention to 2 provisions of the MEA. The first is subsection 88.19(2), which articulates what an expense is for the purpose of a third party's campaign. And it says that any costs for goods or services that are in relation to third-party advertisements. And in contrast, a provision I mentioned earlier, 88.4, which is the overall prohibition, that provision says a person can't incur costs for an advertisement. Now, there's a subtle distinction, and I appreciate that, but the distinction means that campaign expenses are to be understood by this committee as broader than just the physical advertisements themselves. And for example, the Act specifies certain things that are campaign expenses, and that includes the costs for a compliance audit or related to a compliance audit. That has nothing to do with publishing advertisements. And it's my submission that the committee must interpret the expense rules liberally and broadly to uphold the important public purposes. Horizon has put this information in its campaign financial statements as an expense. And whether or not it's a fundraiser, Horizon has indicated that these are indeed campaign expenses. And the fact that they were starting to incur expenses to make these posts before the campaign period began, both in social media and in the physical medium or physical posters, that indicates an apparent contravention of the restriction on when a registered third party can begin incurring expenses. In closing, it is submitted to the committee that these provide reasonable grounds to believe that Horizon incurred campaign expenses before the period started. And those are my submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Pappas. Mr. Phillips, do you have anything you wish to add? Do the committee members have any questions for the speakers? Mr. McGoldrick, do you have any questions for the speakers?
None at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Pappas, I just have a couple of questions for you. Am I understanding your submission correctly that essentially the decision of the committee here turns on whether or not we determine Horizon Fest was a fundraising event?
To your question, Mr. Chair, that is only with respect to one ground raised in the application, and that's about whether or not the event was truly a fundraiser. That gives rise to an apparent contravention of inaccurately reporting campaign expenses. The submission of the applicant is those should have been categorized as fundraising expenses, not general expenses. Whether or not the committee accepts that submission, there are still two other matters to be dealt with. One being the donation jar and the possible apparent contraventions of the rules pertaining to contributions. And the third, the last matter I spoke of, was, generally speaking, incurring expenses for the campaign outside of the campaign period.
And just with respect to the Municipal Elections Act definition of fundraising function, which means an event or activity held by a registered third party or under its direction for the purpose of raising funds in relation to third party advertisements. Can you comment on, in respect of the respondent's submission, that the event lost money, did not actually make any money? And so, assuming for a moment that we were to accept that this event, Horizon Fest, had a fundraising function, is it your submission that there has been any funds raised in relation to third-party advertising, given that the event lost money?
So, sorry, Mr. Chair, if I understand your question correctly, it's whether or not this event can meet the definition, the statutory definition, given that it lost money. Do I understand your question correctly?
That's correct.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to clarify that question. My submission is the outcome of the fundraiser is completely irrelevant to the purpose for which it would be held. It's conceivable that any number of candidates or registered third parties could hold an unsuccessful fundraising event if you hold that standard being the net balance of what took to hold the event versus what came in. It's the intent and the purpose of that event that really matter.
Thank you. Do my fellow committee members have any other questions? Mr. McGoldrick, any questions?
None, thank you.
Thank you. So we will turn now to the respondent. The following designated persons are here on behalf of the respondent: Mr. Kyle Morrow of Fasken Martineau Dumoulin LLP, and Mr. Sam Hirsch of Horizon Ottawa. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for your patience today. We'll just let you get settled there for a moment.
I think we're good to go, Mr. Chair. If I may indulge you before we start the clock, I would just like to note on the record that opposing counsel was given 2 minutes extra in addition to the 10 minutes here, and they were also given an additional 2 minutes in the first section. And I have a couple of housekeeping matters and procedural matters, and I would seek your permission to speak to the committee about those and it not be deducted from my 10 minutes. I don't anticipate they will take more than 2 minutes to walk through them.
That's fine. We'll not start the clock until you've addressed those preliminary items.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the first one is actually just a type rating error that I'd like to draw the committee's attention to. So it's at paragraph 79 of the respondent's submissions. You will note it reads, also placed a disclaimer on its election-related donation page. That should actually read, it also placed a disclaimer on its, quote, non-election-related donation page. So I'd just like to correct that slight typo there, and I apologize to the committee for that. I'd also like to just correct one more typing mistake, and it's at paragraph 38, and it says the total revenue generated at the festival was $3,550.20. That should read the total revenue generated from bar sales at the festival was $3,550.20. So that's the two corrections to the respondent's written submissions. My next submission is more of a procedural matter, Mr. Chair, and I recognize that I do not have standing before this committee to make a motion, but I would like to place on the record here today in front of the committee that on Friday afternoon, the opposing counsel dumped approximately 110 pages in additions and amendments to the complaint that was filed on June 28th. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, you will note that in subsection 88.35 sub 2 of the Act, the deadline to file submissions was June 29th. This is reiterated in the rules of procedure for this committee under 8 sub 2 sub A. And opposing counsel's own cover pages make it clear these are not additional submissions, but amendments to submissions because they in fact cite section 88.35 sub 2. I state that because I do not believe that the committee should be able to rely on that evidence, those submissions, those amendments to the submissions that were submitted 29 days outside of the statutory deadline. And I would submit that if the committee is relying on Rule 12 sub 2 of its rules of procedure, that rule cannot stand because it contravenes the statute, more specifically 88.35 sub 2, and it is also contradictory to 8 sub 2 sub A. And Mr. Chair, as you are aware, the statute must take precedent over the rules of this committee. Therefore, I would ask that in considering the reasons, and again, I realize I do not have standing to make a motion, that the 100 and some pages of evidence, additional submissions that were dumped on this committee on Friday not be considered in your deliberations.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. Do you have anything else by way of housekeeping as a preliminary matter?
Nope, I'm prepared to start now with submissions.
Thank you. Your time will begin now.
So thank you. And I was going to say good morning, but I think it's good afternoon now, Mr. Chair and committee members. More okay for the record, as I indicated earlier, I'm counsel for the respondent, Horizon Ottawa. I'll be speaking for the entire 10 minutes and would be happy to answer questions at the end of my submission in accordance with 21 sub 4 of the rules of procedure. I'd like to begin by offering some brief remarks on the burden and standard of proof in this case. It's important to keep in mind that the complainant bears the burden of proof. It is not the responsibility of the respondent to demonstrate compliance or innocence. It is also not the responsibility of this committee, the committee members here today, to do the complainant's homework for him. The complainant must prove, as opposing counsel noted in his opening remarks, that he has reasonable grounds to believe that each violation he has accused the respondent of actually occurred. This standard was, as I mentioned, outlined by opposing counsel in their opening remarks as, quote, an objective belief based on compelling and credible information which raises the reasonable probability of a breach of statute, end quote. That is the standard the complainant is to be held to, a reasonable probability with compelling and credible information. Now, opposing counsel selectively quoted some passages from his case law cited at tab 3, paragraph 8, but he conveniently left out the remainder of the quote, which notes, quote, if the elector is acting on conjecture, suspicion, or merely proceeding on a fishing expedition, then that would not constitute reasonable grounds, end quote. So what sort of evidence will discharge this standard? Opposing counsel has cited cases with different evidence in his submissions. They're located at tabs 1 to 5 of his submissions. Cases 1, 4, and 5 included affidavit evidence from the complainant. Case 3 included a legal factum. Case 4 included expert evidence from a licensed professional. Those are the cases opposing counsel has put before us today, and those are the cases opposing counsel is relying on. And in all but one of them, a compliance audit was rejected by the committee. Yet none of that evidence exists in this case. There's no affidavit evidence, no photographic evidence, no witness evidence, no expert evidence from a lawyer or accountant. In fact, there's not even a legal factum. In many instances, it's not even clear what specific provisions of the act the complainant is accusing the respondent of violating. And I would note as a sidebar that that is in fact a violation of this committee's own rules, which state that the specific provisions must be identified. We have before us 2.5 pages of complainant submissions, 2 tweets about a music festival, and a cropped, cut off, incomplete image of a website. I'd respectfully submit that based on the precedents cited by the complainant's own lawyer, this does not constitute reasonable grounds with, quote, compelling and credible information. I'd respectfully submit this is nothing more than a fishing expedition, mere conjecture, mere suspicion, mere innuendo. Now, the majority of the complainant's submissions relate to Horizon Fest. For context, Horizon Fest was a 9-hour music festival that featured musical acts, food vendors, a trade show with community groups, and a kids zone. And it included speeches by community leaders and political leaders from all 3 levels of government. This festival was open to the public. It was held in a public park. No tickets were sold, no admission was charged. Even after accounting for the revenue from the bar sales, which totaled just over $3,000 and is documented in the respondents' financial statements, Horizon Fest lost $6,200. If you take out the revenue generated from the bar sales, it lost over $9,000. I'd suggest to you that the complainant is wrong at law in suggesting that Horizon Fest is a fundraising function, and that's a defined term under the Act. In order for it to be a fundraising function, the complainant must prove three elements. First, he must prove that a purpose of the festival was to raise funds. Second, he must prove that that purpose was the primary purpose of the festival. In other words, it must be more than incidental. And third, he must prove that the fundraising was done for the purpose set out in the statute, namely to raise funds to purchase third-party advertisements. Now, you may be asking, if Horizon Fest was not a fundraising function, why was it disclosed in the respondents' filings? And the answer is there's a legal ambiguity, a legal gray area, if you will, over what constitutes a third-party advertisement under the Act. Third-party advertisement is defined, and I quote, as an advertisement in any broadcast, print, electronic, or other medium that has the purpose of promoting, supporting, or opposing a candidate, end quote. That's the statutory definition. You will note that the terms advertisement and other medium are not defined. They are not defined in the Act. They have not been defined by the courts. They are not defined by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and they are not defined by the City of Ottawa. When Horizon Ottawa invited municipal candidates to deliver remarks at its music festival, it was presented with a legitimate legal issue. Is providing a platform to a municipal candidate, a stage, a microphone, an audience, does that constitute third-party advertising? In other words, was it through another medium promoting a candidate? And while opposing counsel rejects this claim, I also note in the submissions we have cited a case by the Commissioner of Canada Elections, the leading authority, I would suggest, on campaign finance, that suggests this actually is the correct way to classify this event. Accordingly, the decision was made by Horizon Ottawa to err on the side of caution and to disclose all revenues and all expenditures related to Horizon Fest in a public and transparent manner, to comply with not only the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law. On this point, contrary to the complainant's assertion that the respondents have under-disclosed their expenditures, and contrary to the complainant's allegation that the respondent has circumvented the rules, the respondent has, if anything, provided more information than is required by the Act. In fact, if the complainant's lawyer's legal reasoning were to be followed, none of the financial information related to Horizon Fest would have been made public, because it would not have been a fundraising function, and it arguably would not have been an advertisement. Now, it's unfortunate that I only have 10 minutes to rebut all of the factual and legal inaccuracies in the complainant's submissions, again, many of which were dumped on this committee on Friday. Nonetheless, I'd like to remind the committee that the complainant has provided no evidence that the respondent accepted cash contributions over $25. And even if he had, the Act and the guide make it clear cash contributions are permitted so long as they do not exceed that value. I'd also like to remind the committee that the guide expressly states, and by guide I'm referring to the guide issued by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, that free, unpaid, unboosted social media posts, including tweets and Facebook posts, are not regulated, and that promotional materials like posters are not regulated if the soliciting of campaign contributions is merely incidental. And that's set out in 88.19 sub 4 sub B of the Act, 88.19 sub 4 sub B of the Act. Now, I'm approaching the end of my time, so I'll end by saying this. The respondent has spent years advocating for greater transparency at City Hall, years encouraging young people to become more involved in the political process, and years advancing progressive causes in this city. As a third party, they acted in good faith. They accurately, transparently, and completely disclose their finances, and they stand by their financial statements. I'd submit to you that the complainant has failed to meet the burden placed on him, imposed on him. He's advanced rumors, conjecture, and innuendo, but he has not advanced evidence, yet alone compelling and credible evidence. I suggest that this is nothing more than a fishing expedition designed to silence and intimidate those who disagree with the complainant politically, and furthermore, to impose on the taxpayer an unnecessary financial burden for an unnecessary audit. And I'd respectfully ask that you dismiss this application.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. With the few seconds left, Mr. Hirsch, I believe it was only your counsel making submissions, but just to confirm, there's nothing you wish to add?
The only thing that I'll add is that the donation jar, which is mentioned in the application, was not circulated. It stayed in one spot at the front, and it was supervised by people who were told that they were not to accept any cash donations over $25.
Thank you. Do the committee members have any questions for the speakers? Mr. McGoldrick, do you have any questions for the speakers?
None at this time, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Morrow, I have a couple of questions for you just to make sure I understand your submission. With respect to the case you referenced from the Commissioner of Elections Canada, am I understanding what you had said a moment ago is that in your view, it is proper to classify Horizon Fest as a third-party advertisement because it possibly provides that sort of other opportunity? Is that, did I understand you correctly?
Correct, Mr. Chair. So again, this was a music festival that was planned. It was 9 hours long. 10% of the time was community members speaking. And not all of those community members were municipal candidates, but some of them were. And so Horizon Fest was presented with a dilemma of whether or not, again, purchasing a stage or renting a stage, renting a microphone and providing an audience for candidates was in fact a other medium. And so out of an abundance of caution, they disclosed that. And the reason it was classified as the way it was is because it was not a fundraising function. It was never intended to be a fundraising function. But there was ambiguity over that specific term, other medium, and advertisement. So again, all of the costs, all of the revenues that were raised were disclosed, and the corresponding loss as well.
And so just to be careful here, when you say in an abundance of caution, is it the position of Horizon Ottawa that Horizon Fest is a third-party advertisement?
It's the position of Ottawa that it could potentially be based on the unclear statutory language and the lack of judicial consideration of the terms advertisement and other medium. And therefore, they decided to take a legal gray area and to resolve it in the interests of transparency. And in terms of the case that was referenced, it was a pancake breakfast that was hosted by a labor group for other purposes besides campaigning for political candidates. A federal candidate from one political party spoke at that pancake breakfast. And it was the position of the Commissioner of Canada Elections that providing an audience, even though it was only 25 people in that case, and a microphone, was a regulated activity under the Canada Elections Act. Now, obviously, there are some distinctions between the Canada Elections Act and this. But again, in looking for any kind of precedent that would offer any explanation of what is meant by the terms advertisement or other medium, there is no precedent that we were able to locate. And so we relied on that precedent.
And so based on that and the definition of a fundraising function in the Municipal Elections Act, which includes an event or activity held by a registered third party or under its direction for the purpose of raising funds in relation to third-party advertisements, if the event itself is a third-party advertisement and funds are collected, does that not make the event a fundraising function?
Well, that's a legitimate question. Again, and that's why the entire expenditures and the entire costs were disclosed, because another question we could get into is, well, how do you apportion that? You have a 9-hour music festival and, 30 or 45 minutes of that 9 hours is spent. So are we supposed to prorate the cost of renting a stage, prorate the liquor license, prorate the sound equipment rentals, prorate the rental of the microphone, all of that? I'd suggest to you that's a legal gray area. And again, the respondent chose to just disclose everything. I'd also note to you that the decision to invite the candidates was done after the posters were put up. In other words, this was a music festival that was being planned long in advance. There were speakers, again, from multiple community groups. So if the question is whether the posters that advertised the music festival could have been expenses incurred for a fundraising activity, a fundraising function as it's defined under the Act, I'd suggest the answer is no.
And you're basing that on the fact that at the time that those were posted, which is prior to the registration of Horizon Ottawa as a third party, it was not intended to be a third party advertising event. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct. I would submit to you that an event that contains no municipal candidates could not be a third party event. But the moment, a third party advertisement. But the moment that those candidates were invited, again, it provided a legal question about whether the nature of that event had changed. And again, everything was disclosed. It's important to keep in mind that the complainant is not suggesting that the respondent didn't disclose anything. He's essentially saying you should move a couple of numbers from page 2 to page 3 of the form. That's what he's suggesting. I have not read anything and seen no evidence that he's suggesting there were revenues or expenses related to the event that were not disclosed on the form. He's just saying they were misclassified.
And just with respect to the invitation of municipal candidates, at what point in time was it decided to invite municipal candidates to speak at Horizon Fest?
Excuse me. It was after the registration period.
Sorry, just
after the registration period.
Thank you. And finally, one final question for you, Council. With respect to your test that you set out, you again used the word primary purpose with respect to the fundraising function. Is there any authority other than the guide that was submitted where you're drawing on the word primary purpose? Council for the applicant had noted that that word doesn't appear in the definition of fundraising function in Municipal Election Act.
If I may, Mr. Chair, it is in the manual that was published by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and it specifically states that. There are a lot of things actually that the complainant has relied on that are not based in the statute. For example, he's trying to invent a new campaign activities regulated activity that doesn't exist. And he has quoted extensively from that manual. So I would suggest, if the question is there any case law on that? No, I would say the complainant's counsel has noted this is new legislation and the courts have not looked at this in the context of third parties. It's the first point I'd make. Second of all, I would say that by the complainant citing that manual as authoritative in its own submissions, that it is open to the respondent to rely on that same manual. It would be, I believe, egregiously unfair if the complainant were allowed to rely on that manual as an authority, but the respondent were not. But if the answer to the question is there case law? I'm not aware of any case law that specifically addresses that point by any court.
Thank you. Do my fellow committee members have any other questions? Mr. McGoldrick?
None, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Submissions from designated persons have now closed. Do members have any questions for city staff or committee counsel? Mr. McGoldrick?
No, sir, thank you.
Do any members wish to make any comments on this matter in open meeting? Mr. McGoldrick?
Again, no, sir, thank you very much.
Thank you. Then the committee will now recess to deliberate in private on the matter pursuant to subsection 88.33 sub 5.1 of the Municipal Elections Act. Thank you. We're just printing the decision. We'll reconvene in a moment. Thank you for your patience. Thank you. The committee will now reconvene. If member Eldar could please move the decision motion in the matter of the applicant Edward Phillips and the third-party advertiser Horizon Ottawa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Be it resolved that the committee issues the following decision and reason. Upon consideration of the election compliance application and hearing the representation and reading, submission, and documents submitted by the applicant, registered third-party advertiser, and their representative, this committee hereby grants the application because it was presented with compelling and credible information, compelling and credible information which raises a reasonable probability that conservation and campaign finance provision of the Municipal Election Act 1996 has occurred. The committee heard submissions from the applicant's representative, J. Pappas, legal counsels. Mr. Pappas referred the committee to the Municipal Election Act provision on third-party advertisers, as well as the legislative debates leading to those provision enactments. The applicants advanced 3 submissions. The relevant issue, Horizon Fest, was not properly categorized on the respondent's financial statements for 8. The respondent incurred expenses before registering as a third-party advertiser, and the donation jar at Horizon Fest event was not monitored to assure no more than $25 was contributed and only by the eligible elector. The committee heard submission from the applicant per Mr. Hirsch and the applicant's representative, K. Morrow Legal Counsel. In brief, Mr. Morrow focused his submission on whether Horizon Fest was properly within the definition of a fundraising function and argued it was not. The submission was based in part on the fact that the event was a music festival lasting approximately 9 hours, and only portion of which was allocated to the candidate's speech. Mr. Morrow also submitted that the applicants provided no evidence that the $25 threshold was exceeded when the respondent made the available a donation jar at Horizon Fest event. Finally, Mr. Morrow submitted that as per the ministry guidelines as set out in the manual, free and boosted social media tweet are not regulated. Further, posters are not regulated if soliciting of contribution is merely incidental. The committee is satisfied that there was reasonable ground for the applicant to suspect a violation of the Municipal Election Act based solely on the advertisement the respondent posted on the social media account. The committee takes note that the respondent categorized the Horizon Ottawa event as a third-party advertisement in its financial statement for 8. The committee has considered the evidence put forward by the applicants, specifically evidence of the respondent's Twitter tweets made on August 12th and 20th, 2022, promoting the event. One of those posts was shown a photo of the flyer and the respondent poster in various locations in Ottawa. The respondent only registered as a third-party advertiser on August 24th, 2022. The committee concludes that the applicant reasonably inferred that the respondent incurred cost for a third-party advertisement, at a minimum, those associated with the design and production, producing the flyer, before registering as a third-party advertiser. In light of the foregoing, it is unnecessary for the committee to assess whether the Horizon event was a fundraising function within the meaning ascribed in the Section 1 of the Municipal Election Act. The committee likewise need not consider on whether Horizon Ottawa's use of the donation jar offended the Municipal Election Act. Finally, the committee acknowledges Mr. Monroe's submission that the committee's rules and procedures that an application must reference the specific provisions of the Municipal Election Act the applicant says he or she suspects have been offended. Mr. Morrow is correct. However, the rule of procedures also permit this committee to vary or suspend the rule requirements to ensure that the real question and issues are determined in a just manner. We hereby exercise this discretion. Yeah. Be it further resolved that this committee directs the office of the city clerk in consultation with the committee's independent legal counsel to initiate a call-up against a standing city offer for audit services and provide the committee with the proposals received of up to 3 potential auditors. The committee will speak to the nature of the compliance audit to be carried out at the time of the auditor's appointment.
Thank you, Member Eldar. Is the motion carried? Are there any dissents? And hearing none, the motion is carried. That concludes item 4.3 on today's agenda. Moving to item 5, inquiries. The chair is aware of none to date. Under item 6, other business, the chair is aware of none to date. Do any members of the committee have any other business? Hearing none, moving to item 7, adjournment. The next meeting will be scheduled as required within the timelines prescribed by the Municipal Elections Act 1996. Should compliance audit applications or reports from the city clerk on the apparent contraventions of contribution limits be received. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for your participation and to the city staff for their great assistance today.